The batsman presses forward in defence. Well contained, a smart effort by the bowler. Tail ender. Walking out into the middle. Certainly onto a plan here today. The batsman presses forward in defence. Well contained, a smart effort by the bowler. Tail ender. Walking out into the middle. Certainly onto a plan here today. The batsman presses forward in defence. Well contained, a smart effort by the bowler. Tail ender. Walking out into the middle. Certainly onto a plan here today.
Create a professional logo that best reflects your brand. Just go to Wix logo.
Batsman presses forward in defence.
Answer a few questions about your
Well
business.
contained, a smart effort by the bowler.
होने वाला है लगातार टीमों का कोशिश यही होने वाली है हर टीम की कि वो टॉप 4 में बनी रह पाए ताकि सेमीफाइनल्स में जाने का रास्ता खुल जाए। लेकिन अगर आप फिलहाल देखें तो भारतीय टीम नंबर 5 पर है और अगर अगला मुकाबला जो कि 11 अक्टूबर को खेला जाने वाला है भारत और अफगानिस्तान का, उसमें भारतीय टीम ने एक बड़ी जीत दर्ज कर दी तो फिर भारतीय टीम का नेट रन रेट और भी सुधार ले जाएगा। तो इस तरीके से बड़ी टीमों को हराना ये आसान काम नहीं है, लेकिन भारत ने उसमें से एक बड़ी टीम ऑस्ट्रेलिया को हरा दिया है और अब जब छोटी टीमों के सामने आएंगे तो न केवल जीतने की कोशिश करेंगे लेकिन नेट रन रेट में सुधार लाते हुए टेबल टॉपर बनना चाहेगी भारत
मुकाबले
भारत को अपना अगला मुकाबला 11 अक्टूबर को अफगानिस्तान के खिलाफ खेलना है। फिर उसके बाद भारत को अपना अगला मुकाबला 14 अक्टूबर को भारत पाकिस्तान के साथ यहाँ पर खेलता दिखाई देगा।
The batsman presses forward in defence. Well contained, a smart effort by the bowler. Tail ender. Walking out into the middle. Certainly onto a plan here today. The batsman presses forward in defence. Well contained, a smart effort by the bowler. Tail ender. Walking out into the middle. Certainly onto a plan here today. The batsman presses forward in defence. Well contained, a smart effort by the bowler. Tail ender. Walking out into the middle. Certainly onto a plan here today. The batsman presses forward in defence. Well contained, a smart effort by the bowler. Tail ender. Walking out into the middle. Certainly onto a plan here today. The batsman presses forward in defence. Well contained. A smart effort by the bowler. Tail ender. Walking out into the middle. Certainly onto a plan here today. The batsman presses forward in defence. Well contained. A smart effort by the bowler. Tail ender. Walking out to the middle. Certainly onto a plan here today. The batsman presses forward in defence. Well contained. A smart effort by the bowler. Tail ender. Walking out into the middle. Certainly onto a plan here today. The batsman presses forward in defence. Well contained. A smart effort by the bowler. Tail ender. Walking out into the middle. Certainly onto a plan here today. The batsman presses forward in defence. Well contained, a smart effort by the bowler. Tail ender. Walking out into the middle. Certainly onto a plan here today. The batsman presses forward in defence. Well contained, a smart effort by the bowler. Tail ender. Walking out into the middle. Certainly onto a plan here today. The batsman presses forward in defence. Well contained, a smart effort by the bowler.
Helping others is at the heart of everything I do. WC
Tail ender. Walking out into the middle. Certainly onto a plan here today. The batsman presses forward in defence. Well contained, a smart effort by the bowler. Tail ender. Walking out into the middle. Certainly onto a plan here today. The batsman presses forward in defence. Well contained, a smart effort by the bowler. Tail ender. Walking out into the middle. Certainly onto a plan here today. The batsman presses forward in defence. Well contained, a smart effort by the bowler. Tail ender. Walking out into the middle. Certainly onto a plan here today. The batsman presses. Well contained, a smart effort by the bowler. tail ender. The batsman presses forward in defence. Well contained, a smart effort by the bowler. tail ender. Walking out into the middle. Certainly onto a plan here today. The batsman presses forward in defence. Well contained. A smart effort by the bowler.
नमस्कार दोस्तों, स्वागत है आप सभी का एक बार फिर से आपके अपने चैनल क्रिकेट लाइन गुरु के प्री मैच एनालिसिस सेगमेंट में। जी हाँ दोस्तों, आज के इस वीडियो में हम कवर करेंगे
tail ender. Walking out into the middle. Certainly onto a plan here today. Walking out into the middle. Certainly onto a plan here today. Walking out into the middle. Certainly onto a plan here today. Walking out into the middle. Certainly onto a plan here today. The batsman presses forward in defence. Well contained. A smart effort by the bowler. Walking out into the middle. Certainly onto a plan here today. The batsman presses forward in defence. Well contained. A smart effort by the bowler. Walking out into the middle. Certainly onto a plan here today. The batsman presses forward in defence. Well contained. A smart effort by the bowler. Walking out into the middle. Certainly onto a plan here today. The batsman presses forward in defence. Well contained. A smart effort by the bowler. Walking out into the middle. Certainly onto a plan here today. The batsman presses forward in defence. Well contained. A smart effort by the bowler. Walking out into the middle. Certainly onto a plan here today. The batsman presses forward in defence. Well contained. A smart effort by the bowler. Walking out into the middle. Certainly onto a plan here today. The batsman presses forward in defence. Well contained. A smart effort by the bowler. Walking out into the middle. Certainly onto a plan here today. The batsman presses forward in defence. Well contained. A smart effort by the bowler. Walking out into the middle. Certainly onto a plan here today. The batsman presses forward in defence. Well contained. A smart effort by the bowler. Walking out into the middle. Certainly onto a plan here today. The batsman presses forward in defence. Well contained. A smart effort by the bowler. Walking out into the middle. Certainly onto a plan here today. The batsman presses forward in defence. Well contained. A smart effort by the bowler. Walking out into the middle. Certainly onto a plan here today. The batsman presses forward in defence. Well contained. A smart effort by the bowler. Walking out into the middle. Certainly onto a plan here today. The batsman presses forward in defence. Well contained. A smart effort by the bowler. Walking out into the middle. Certainly onto a plan here today. The batsman presses forward in defence. Well contained. A smart effort by the bowler. Walking out into the middle. Certainly onto a plan here today. The batsman presses forward in defence. Well contained. A smart effort by the bowler. Walking out into the middle. Certainly onto a plan here today. The batsman presses forward in defence. Well contained. A smart effort by the bowler. Walking out into the middle. Certainly onto a plan here today. The batsman presses forward in defence. Well contained. A smart effort by the bowler. Walking out into the middle. Certainly onto a plan here today. The batsman presses forward in defence. Well contained. A smart effort by the bowler. Walking out into the middle. Certainly onto a plan here today. The batsman presses forward in defence. Well contained. A smart effort by the bowler. Walking out into the middle. Certainly onto a plan here today. The batsman presses forward in defence. Well contained. A smart effort by the bowler. Walking out into the middle. Certainly onto a plan here today. The batsman presses forward in defence. Well contained. A smart effort by the bowler. Walking out into the middle. Certainly onto a plan here today. The batsman presses forward in defence. Well contained. A smart effort by the bowler. Walking out into the middle. Certainly onto a plan here today. The batsman presses forward in defence. Well contained. A smart effort by the bowler. Walking out into the middle. Certainly onto a plan here today. The batsman presses forward in defence. Well contained. A smart effort by the bowler. Walking out into the middle. Certainly onto a plan here today. The batsman presses forward in defence. Well contained. A tail ender. Walking out into the middle. Certainly onto a plan here today. The batsman presses forward in defence. Well contained. A smart effort by the bowler.
No ball. बस तरीक रहेगा, 2 ओवर रह जाएगा इसमें। चलो ठीक है, चल ठीक है, जीत गए ना सो। अब फिर वाला वीडियो लाऊंगी। देखो करो, चलो चलो चलो। कितने की गन है? तो मैं सीधा नहीं होगा, वो छोड़ सी है, वो भी चाल है। सही है ना बिल्कुल, ऐसे बात बिल्कुल सही है ना बिल्कुल। ये बल्कि बिल्कुल सही स्कोर आना चाहिए, कौन में इधर हार क्या ना एवरेज आनी चाहिए, अच्छी आनी चाहिए।
ball.
बस खेल का जल्दी से देखा है। रहा है वीडियो कर रहा है इसमें। तो ठीक है निकल सी बेटी के लिए से फोर वाले वीडियो लाएंगे। देखो करो चलो 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 कितने की गन है? كملت ده يوم شو فيه أو بتاعنا أنا إيه سيء أنا بيقول إذا بدك سيء أنا بيقول ये बल्कि बिल्कुल सही स्कोर आना चाहिए कौन में इधर हार क्या ना एवरेज आनी चाहिए अच्छी आनी चाहिए
No ball.
बस फिर का जल्दी से नीचे देखा है। तरीक रहा है वीडियो कर रहा है इसमें। तो ठीक है निकल सी गई वीडियो है से अब फिर वाले वीडियो लाएंगे। देखो करो चलो 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 कितने की गन है? छोड़ सी है चाल है सही आना पेट्रोल है तो बिल्कुल सही आना पेट्रोल है ये बल्कि बिल्कुल सही स्कोर आना चाहिए कौन में हार क्या ना एवरेज आनी चाहिए अच्छा आनी चाहिए
No ball.
बस खेलता करेंगे फिर नीचे को बैठा रहेगा। आज तरीक रहा है वीडियो कर रहा है इसमें। चलो ठीक है निकल सी बेटी के लिए ऐसे फिर फोर वाले वीडियो लाएंगे। देखो करो चलो 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 कितने की गन है? सही आना पेट्रोल है, तो बिल्कुल सही आना पेट्रोल है। ये बल्कि बिल्कुल सही स्कोर आना चाहिए। कौन में दा हार क्या ना एवरेज आनी चाहिए, अच्छा आनी चाहिए।
This is
फिर क्या करेंगे फिर नीचे को देखेंगे बस ठीक रहा है वीडियो अगर आ जाएगा इसमें तो ठीक है निकल सी गई वीडियो है ना सो देखो करो चलो 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 कितने की गन है तो लोग किधर हो रहा है वो शोर सी है और क्या हाल है सही है ना बिल्कुल ऐसे बात बिल्कुल सही है ना बिल्कुल ये बल्कि बिल्कुल स्विच को रहा था कौन में दा हार क्या ना एवरेज आनी चाहिए अच्छा नहीं
No ball.
अगर एक रह गया अगर आ जाएगा इसमें चलो ठीक है निकल सी गई फोर वाला वीडियो लाऊंगी देखो करो चलो 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 कितने की गन है? सही होना बिल्कुल है, तो बिल्कुल सही होना बिल्कुल है। ये बल्कि बिल्कुल सही स्कोर आना चाहिए। कौन में दा हार क्या ना एवरेज आनी चाहिए, अच्छा आनी चाहिए।
No ball.
ने कहा है कि सऊदी अरब पाकिस्तान में सरमायाकारी के मौके से इस्तेफादा करने के लिए तैयार है। उन्होंने ये बात आज लाहौर में बुनियादी सेहत के वजीर डॉक्टर जमाल नासिर से एक मुलाकात के दौरान कही। सऊदी अरब के सफीर ने दोनों मुल्कों के दरमियान बेरूनी ताल्लुकात को मजीद गैर कानूनी तौर पर मुकीम गैर मुल्कियों की रजाकाराना तौर पर पाकिस्तान छोड़ने की
बस खेलता जाओगे खेलते जाओगे तरीक रहेगा दो ओवर रह जाएगा इसमें चलो ठीक है निकल सी गई है शेयर लाना वीडियो लानी
the plan B. No, first team just going for the motion. But New Zealand are happier for two.
The carousel of ones continued there, and this time it looks as though there's going to be another one, maybe two, as the milking, like Jeremy Clarkson's farm, the milking continues on the TV. As New Zealand are now at 1-3-2 for 1 off 24 overs. What is happening in the Twitterverse?
Well, Jake Grover's come up with a handle for Tony. He says, DJ gay porn star who now teaches erotic massage. Possibly a bit of a mouthful. Possibly. Come on, listeners. We need some more handles for Tony as the DJ.
Mouthful of what is now concerning me.
Nappy, and to the point.
Yeah, I feel like I can't see the flyer for the gig that manages to incorporate those many words. I think snappier could be good, unless it's an acronym that we're not spotting at the moment, or an initialism where it adds up to something, but it didn't sound like it, did it?
No.
So go on, sorry, Messi.
Jay also says the Bear is still in line to fight Kieran Pollard. The Grizzlies can wait. Cage fight?
There's a whole series here that we could do, in the way that YouTubers now are the mainstay of boxing. Maybe this could be a new thing. That's sort of a YouTuber, they're on YouTube, so maybe this could be a new avenue. Radar at the moment? He might be. After the Google rant, he could be. Someone's listening. Yeah, someone's listening somewhere. Any suggestions of anyone else, social media or otherwise? KSI does a lot of fights, Logan Paul. I can see both of those being possibilities, but maybe there's a kind of making the weight involves, does he smoke a spliff or not beforehand? That could change the result quite dramatically. I think, as Van Makeren comes in to Young here, plays it off his pads. Is it going to go? It's just fielded, I think. I don't think the body was on the boundary sponge as he fielded it. Saved a four there, just a couple. Yeah, they're looking good here, New Zealand. I do agree with you, Tim. Something disruptive has to happen. We're just checking again. Yes, no, he fielded it well. I mean, I'll be honest with you, he did everything he could not to field it well. He went down and then seemed to lose use of his hand, or rather seemed like sort of like Bambi on ice. I don't quite know what happened there, but the end result was a good one. As Van Meekeren comes in again, this time it is driven. But this time, actually, it's a dot ball here. What have they got there? My question would be on the Dutch and doing something different. I think I could see like it could be a fielding position, but what other bowling change could they make here that might mix things up a little more? We've just got Van Meekeren back, but who else have they got in the back pocket, do we feel?
I was going to say, I think Van Meekeren would be the one. He'd be the one that you'd want to come on and just restrict the rotational strike, really. If he can restrict the rotational strike, make the New Zealanders make a mistake, that's something. That is something to work with.
And he comes again, and he is restricting the rotation here because it is another dot ball.
I think it's fair to say our demand would be for Sybrand Engelbrekt to come on.
That's what the moment we're waiting for. That feels like there's a generational moment in every tournament when a cricketer steps up with a name that can only be admired, and that moment hopefully will come soon. As we see the two slightly bizarre mascots of this tournament,
Blaze and Tonk, they are called.
Good old Blaze and Tonk. Lovely to see them at the ground today. As Van Meekeren comes in again, it is very full Yorker length, but it misses the stumps, and there is a sigh and a smile, a sad little smile from Van Meekeren. And then he's doing well. He's doing, Tim, exactly what you were talking about.
Just creating a little bit of doubt in the
scramble seam and pitching the ball up Yorker length. A good change of length. You always get the
these bowlers are so creative. The slow ball that we just saw, normally you have 2 or 3 fingers behind it. This was like the whole sort of palm with all those fingers behind the ball. So his own version of the slow delivery.
The name Tonk rang a bell for me. I thought there was a place just outside of Jaipur called Tonk, and I've been told that there is. Tonk district, state of Rajasthan in West India. Used to talk about the ball being hit out of the Jaipur stadium towards Tonk, 135 for 1. Yeah, they are the official mascots of the ICC Men's Cricket World Cup for 2023. Tonk's in the blue, he's the batter. And Blaze is the female, and she's a fast bowler.
Not a keeper?
Doesn't look like a keeper to me, Rambo. We had a couple of keepers in our midst. I don't think would get themselves in that costume and go dancing out there. Got some moves though. Katie Martin. Ian Smith, of course, with us.
That's the progress for New Zealand. Netherlands won the toss, elected to bowl first. The Kiwis as well wanted to do the same. See that gap between the first 3 overs. That's when the buildings start coming up. There were 3 maidens to begin with. It was unexpected, but something that was remarkable from Netherlands, the way they started. 3 maiden overs to start with.
Some great still images of prior to play. anthems. Sanjay Mandrake was out in the middle for the toss with Scott Edwards and Tom Latham of New Zealand.
I love her moves. I think she's got into the rhythm now. The batter on the right. Tonk a little more subdued, understated.
He'll tonk a 6 later on.
By the way, Dooley feeling really sheepish. I had no idea about Tonk. And you were aware of that place, so clearly is spending more time in India than I do. Here's Vikram Singh. Pulled, I think, a couple of overs against Pakistan.
Lovely. And that's his role, is just short of a length, in at the stumps. Edwards up to the stumps, the keeper, trying to keep the batters quiet. Now I'm with you, Sanjay. I think an extra fielder inside the circle now for Vikramjit Singh, because it's not going to come onto the bat. Maybe just force the issue a little bit.
Different captains during the World Cup that you'll see as well. And we'll try and find out the styles of all those captains. We know well about Kane Williamson when he comes and takes over as captain. Been impressed lately with Shakib Al Hasan, the Bangladesh's captain. He's one who'll do things out of the box.
Yes, beautiful.
Just because somebody's doing different, that doesn't mean, you know, that makes him a good captain. But there's a lot of cricketing sense when he's doing those kind of things. Shakib, there's Babar Azam for Pakistan, who believes in just staying calm, going through the routine, but in the end gives you results. He's got good results as captain.
I think it's a great format, ODI, because it allows for captaincy, strategic moves. And if you are looking to pick wickets, this is the format for you. That's a good, reasonable way of slowing down the scoring rate. So you can be imaginative, you could be a regular also, if the situation demands. There's so many variations to an ODI game, how you play it, how you lead it.
Pat Cummins has hardly captained Australian one-days. Julie, do you think that's a factor?
Yeah, I do. I think sort of put themselves in a position with what they did with Warner and Smith and the likes at that time, almost to say you'll never be allowed back as captain. I still think Steve Smith's a great thinker of the game. He's always thinking cricket. I'm sure that Pat Cummins uses him on a regular basis in and around what's going on in the field, because it's also difficult to be a fast bowler, I think, and captain.
During World Cup campaigns, you go through highs and lows, and I think experience does count in the end, how you lead the charge, lead the dugout environment in case of a loss. And so a little bit of experience is needed.
I only think of two captains who have been fast bowlers, and they're both from your neck of the woods, your two, and Kapil Dev and Imran Khan. Outside of that, I mean, I know Bob Willis captained England at times. Can you think of any other fast bowlers who have been captains and successful captains?
Been a few who have captained. Pat Cummins currently. Jasprit Bumrah on the odd occasion. Wasim Akram for a longer time. Waqar Yunus as well. But World Cup winning captains or captains who left a mark, that's four. Just held the ball on its way. Not the greatest of delivery. Ravinder gets another 4. 26 overs gone. It's 144 for 1.
I've seen a few spinners bowl like fast bowlers when the pressure was on. An easy gimme. Shorter length, no pace, keeper standing up, so your margin squeeze.
Yeah, nice discussion this, talking about captains in this current tournament, the ICC Men's Cricket World Cup.
Talking of all-rounders of fast bowlers being captain, I still remember Imran Khan telling us particularly that, you know, an all-rounder could be the best captain for you because he understands a bit about batting and he understands a bit about bowling as well, so he can set the field and also understand the psyche behind a failure. So he's more closer to you, and he was right that the bowlers do win you matches. There's a chance, caught at mid-on, miscuing that one. The lead as a catcher, and Young is the striker who's left the field.
Mid-on inside the circle. Short ball that he tried to just
New Sabroso Crispy Chicken Strips taste so good that nothing else matters. Sabroso Crispy Chicken Strips, so crispy, so tender.
फास्ट से जगमगाए हर खेल का मैदान, परफॉर्मेंस शानदार, रियल क्वालिटी की पहचान, फास्ट तारों से सितारों तक।
भी हो सकता है। इसीलिए अपनी हिफाजत के लिए हमने लिया स्टेट लाइफ सहारा फैमिली।
So who was the one taking out a piece of paper to Imran in the '92 World Cup?
He probably would have gotten smashed, physically handled.
Mahendra Singh Dhoni as well, very old school. Different ways, I guess, to skin a cat, to win matches, to lead. I know Rahul Dravid is also big on data, process. MS talks about process a lot, but doesn't focus on data as much. I think it's all in his head. Tries to keep things simple. And one of the biggest legacies that he left is obviously the world title that he won, Mahendra Singh Dhoni, by not doing anything too different. Same playing 11 most of the times, believed in execution more than just planning.
Well, Dooley was talking about captain being instinctive. I think it's the gut feeling also. And you've got to look at the options and you feel somebody is looking good, and so give him an extra over. If somebody is looking good as a batter, put him at number 3.
Our stats man, our boffin, next to us, Muzzo, has just told us that Daryl Mitchell's weakest part of his game is against right arm fast, medium fast. 35.3 is his average, and his strike rate down at 82. Against right arm spin, he's right up the top. Average is 54, or 59, sorry, his strike rate over 100. Left arm fast, averages 59 with a strike rate of 100. And left arm spin, averages 46. So right arm fast or medium fast is his Achilles heel.
On it!
Exactly what Max O'Dowd's bit of. Moving on. 150 up anyway, 28 overs.
मारूफ बनो आए बनाए लड़कियों के लिए और क्रिकेट रोल मॉडल्स। कैडबरी डेयरी मिल्क, कुछ अच्छा हो जाए, कुछ मीठा हो जाए।
चाय और क्रिकेट, वाइटल पियो, जिंदगी जियो।
The all-new Sabroso crispy chicken strips taste so good that nothing else matters. Sabroso crispy chicken strips, so crispy, so tender.
कैश की जरूरत हो तो पूरा करता है मेरा पेपाक कार्ड। अपने बैंक से पेपाक डेबिट कार्ड नाम लेकर तलब करें। चूज होप, चूज पेपाक।
Van Meekeren to continue. Already had a near miss. Run out off the bowler's hand. It would have happened to Conway. It was only an inch away, and there was an outside chance there that Ravindra may have been embarrassed. Did get a touch on it. Wasn't till the 26th over that the Netherlands had bowled seam at each end. They'd always had a spinner operating throughout. And Mitchell completes the task nicely.
He likes playing that shot. He was searching for a pitched up delivery. This wasn't really a bad delivery. It was a good length delivery, but because he made up his mind of going over the top, seeing mid-off, mid-on in the circle, that was a safe shot.
It's a unique technique in the fact that he actually check drives it down the ground. So instead of the full flourish, he just holds it. It means that he's able to load up the power from the legs and just lift that over the top.
Smart cricketer Daryl Mitchell came into the team relatively late. in the piece and had a really good build-up in first-class cricket. Give him credit for being a thinking cricketer all the time.
It's such a good point, Smithy, because when you look at the New Zealand team from 2019, you had no Ross Taylor, Kane Williamson isn't here, Martin Guptill as well, and New Zealand side you would have said they're inexperienced in number caps. So they are inexperienced in playing caps, but in terms of experience in domestic cricket in New Zealand and the numbers on the board and success, you bring in Conway and Mitchell, you don't actually lose anything.
Coming up to the 30 over mark, and I think both sides will be relatively happy. It's not, New Zealand have got away on the Netherlands, but New Zealand have a launching pad.
At one stage in the middle overs, more issues, more problem for Netherlands, a no ball, a free hit. But clearly going over the line, well over the line. And the third umpire calling it into disappointment for the bowler.
Right, does he go full? Does he go short? Take the pace off it. Mitchell has a free hit here. Took the pace off it. And
and 40 kilometers an hour, but the length was not right. It was just set up quite nicely for Darryl Mitchell to just hop it away for 6 on that mid-wicket region. It was hit flat and long, 82 meters. Great strike. Got into position very early, clearing his front leg. He meant to hit his 6, and that ball went flying. Long way. Netherlands started really well. They bowled 3 maidens, and then they lost track for maybe 3-4 overs where they leaked runs, then came back and quite nicely controlled the game. I think this is the time when New Zealand's got to press on, got to start looking for a big total.
Well, New Zealand's batting plan is built around being no more than 3 wickets down at the 30th over, and then the back end they say we're playing a T20. They've got 8 wickets in hand now, so this is the perfect setup. This is how they've played, what, Smithy, 10, 15 years of one-day international cricket.
Single to end the 29th over. It was a really good one for New Zealand. It might just represent the kickstart into something bigger. 163 for 2.
बड़े होकर बिस्मा मारूफ बनो।
आए बनाएं लड़कियों के लिए और क्रिकेट रोल मॉडल्स। कैडबरी डेयरी मिल्क, कुछ अच्छा हो जाए, कुछ मीठा हो जाए।
एक कप और है कितनों का बहाना, एक कप और तुम है एक और कप चाय।
मैं एक और कप चाय, टपाल दानेदार।
अपनों की रहलीज पे रहें, एक कॉल पे मौजूद, ताकि मुस्कुराते रहें पाकिस्तानी, ताल रहे पाकिस्तान।
Cannons.
It's your time to shine. Show your glow.
Golden Pearl Whitening Soap for all skin types. Love your skin.
एक एक घूंट में जागेगी खेल की उमंग। चाय और क्रिकेट, वाइटल पियो, जिंदगी जियो।
Got a bat against England. They did the job up the top of the order, but Santner at 8 today, and then a lot stronger with Lockie Ferguson in terms of the pace department. 4 specialist bowlers there. I might look for a couple here. Darryl Mitchell says, no, not for me, I'm going to the danger end.
Smithy, did you hear the chat from Simon Doull about how terrible wicket keepers are at dances? Do you see them down there dancing away? He absolutely ripped shreds. I reckon that you're in the Hawke's Bay, you'd be on the dance floor back in the day.
Sherry, up! Quite special. Not quite Fred Astaire, but I think maybe Travolta-like.
You can go back.
You know, Saturday Night Fever. Saturday Night Fever in Hawke's Bay is huge. My goodness, massive. Get up to all things there. Brilliant. We used to 20 years ago when I was young.
Lovely. Beautiful quality.
Oh, they've got all the leg side field open. So it's plenty of opportunities just to pick away into that square leg. Mid-on will come in place, or mid-wicket will come in place, but there's plenty of space. And for the Netherlands here, it's saying, how are we going to protect the deep pockets? There's such big pockets on that leg side, coming back into that mid-wicket position now, but there is so much space out there, isn't there?
Very clever. Very, very smart. Wasn't that bad a piece of bowling, to be fair.
Yeah, good bowling, but I think the fielder was way too wide. Don't think they were expecting Ronald Mitchell to play that shot. That's why they kept it fine, like really, really wide. So Mitchell saw it early. He knew where the bowler's going to bowl. He was nice and straight. Got under quite nicely. Need to keep him finer when you have four fielders on the onside.
They'll be wide, and they'll run at least two of them as well. So an extra ball. And then the Netherlands are coming under pressure here. How are they going to react?
Well, the only way they can push New Zealand back a little bit is by picking a wicket. That's the only way, because soon they're gonna start thinking big. They start thinking of 300 plus.
That's the line he's got to bowl. He cannot bowl too straight because he's got a lot of protection on the boundary. There are twos to burn on the onside. Only one player inside the circle for Mitchell. But on the offside, Katie, I've noticed how aggressive the Netherlands have been inside the circle.
Yeah, we saw that in the first game as well. That point or backward point actually tends to get maybe 10, 15 metres out and actually creates a catching opportunity. Cuts down the angle of that drop and run as well. Just need to be able to bowl into those areas to be able to build those dots.
Oh, Mitchell will be disappointed there. Acres of space, and he picked out just the only person there.
Mid-off is in the circle. There's no backward point. They're all in the circle, and now Edward is asking the third man to come in the circle to push mid-off back on the boundary. It's a dangerous field, isn't it? You go a little bit outside the off stump. There's boundary written on it, but now more, because all you need is a little touch on the offside. That's good bowling though, nice and straight. 171 for 2.
लापरवाही किसी से भी हो सकती है, इसीलिए अपने किसानों की हिफाजत के लिए हमने लिया स्टेट लाइफ हारी प्लान। स्टेट लाइफ हमेशा साथ निभाए।
चाय और क्रिकेट, वाइटल पियो, जिंदगी जियो।
हमारी रिवायती खुशियों को यादगार बनाता है मेरा पेपाक कार्ड। अपने बैंक से पेपाक डेबिट कार्ड नाम लेकर तलब करें। चूज होप, चूज पेपाक।
बड़े होकर बिस्मा मारूफ बनो।
आए बनाएं लड़कियों के लिए और क्रिकेट रोल मॉडल्स। कैडबरी डेयरी मिल्क, कुछ अच्छा हो जाए, कुछ मीठा हो जाए।
But a little expensive, 69 run in the last 10 overs, and both of them been pretty good. They've just played outside the off stump. anything outside the leg stump. They're just punished. Good use of the feet. Short ball was dealt quite nicely, and then Young losing his wicket, just playing the shot a little too early, getting the top edge, and a comfortable catch. This was a beauty. While Mitchell hitting a couple of sixes in a deft touch, playing on the onside. In a good position, New Zealand.
They are indeed. Could double what they've got here, 340. Van der Merwe, who is a true competitor in every sense of the word. He thinks he can get someone out every ball. He is so into this.
Well, the best delivery to ball on this sort of surface is to bowl straight. You've got to really give yourself a chance that if the batsmen miss, you hit. Because not much margin if you go a little bit offline.
And this is where they're aggressive, the push and run. They want to stop the push and run from Mitchell. Build pressure again, get back to that.
The benefit New Zealand have got is the number of left-handers in their batting order. I think it's about 4 or 5. You add Jimmy Neesham back into this lineup, I think it's 6. So where there's one boundary longer than the other, that actually negates it by having that left-hand, right-hand combination. Not sure, Smithy, whether they'll actually, if Ravindra goes out, will they bring in Latham, or, sorry, if Mitchell goes out, would they actually look at bringing in Latham or, say, Phillips as an option? Just gives a little bit of flexibility in the batting lineup.
An interesting innings is from Ravindra. Nothing like the character we saw from him the other night, which was just out of this world good. It's almost a more traditional number 3 innings, this. It's when you lose a wicket, you come out and rebuild and make sure you're there for a long period of time and you try to bat through the innings. Nothing like the other night. So 42 from 45, almost out of character.
Well, the credit should be given to Netherlands bowlers also. They kept it really tight. Not much was given away. Ravindra, if he wants to score quickly, he's got to use his feet, come down the pitch. He did it earlier, but it's been very quiet. The pitch is a little different too, Smithy.
Van der Merwe was furious there that his captain had left a player down at long off. Too easy, he said. Now this is an interesting one, possibly 2, a rare 2. Hesitation from Ravindra. Mitchell makes it back safely. 6 from the over, 177 for 2.
The all-new Sabroso Crispy Chicken Strips taste so good that nothing else matters. Sabroso Crispy Chicken Strips, so crispy, so tender.
एक एक घूंट में जागेगी खेल की उमंग, चाय और क्रिकेट, वाइटल पियो, जिंदगी जियो। जीने को खुल के जीने को।
एक्टिव लाइफ के साथ दिन रात KNN's डिलाइन।
एक कप और है कितनों का बहाना, एक कप और तुम है एक और कप चाय।
एक और कप चाय, टपाल दानेदार।
For Van Beek, who was injured with a slightly sore hamstring.
Lovely.
There's another thing I've noticed today. The Netherlands bowlers, they're faster bowlers. They're just bowling cross seam more than usual. Early few overs, they just try to bowl seam up, and I guess they didn't see much happening off the surface, gone cross seam.
Oh, nice. Very, very nice, but they were interested, the Netherlands. They might think about it. The skipper is thinking about it, and he's the man making the decisions here.
Yeah. No. Yeah. Oh, he is going upstairs.
TV umpire to director. We have a player review for LBW. The original decision is not out. I've already checked the front foot and it's a fair delivery. Let's move on to front on, please. Appear to be a little bit of butt there. Can you give me all treads just to confirm that? Oh no, it's hitting the boot, the pad first. Come, but take it back out. And forward. Yeah, I have pad first. Can you give me ball tracker when you're ready, please? Original decision is not out. Ball pitching, it's hitting. So you'll be staying with your original decision. Paul, I'll let you know when you're on screen. Stand by. You're on screen, signal now.
Well, that is very, very close. I think very worthy of a review. There was not a lot in that. Going on to hit. It's just a question of where they deemed it was going to pitch. And of course it hit him on the full, so that is very close. And that's the reply from Ravindra, one of those classical cover drives. And it gets through.
Yeah, that's a beautiful drive. Ball was a little outside the off stump. It was there to be hit. A little angry stroke, I would say. A little bit away from the body, but picked the gap quite nicely. Good effort in the field, but it was just too quick. This outfield is lightning fast.
Well, he scored 97 in a warm-up game on this pitch, Rachin Ravindra, and that was against a pretty handy Pakistan bowling lineup. There's no Shaheen Afridi, but Haris Rolfe was getting it through. Hassan Ali handled the spin as well. So, and then of course we know what he did to England. So he is just loving his time here at the moment.
He's a big communicator at the non-striker's end, which is something this New Zealand side do like. A lot of conversations between the non-striker and the batter.
Down. Simple. It was a simple one. It had to be taken.
Yeah, that was a dolly. That was the easiest of the catches. Even the glasses didn't work. It was a little chip, easy catch. Comfortable height.
This is the man on debut too, Engelbrecht. He was the only player in the World Cup who had not played a one-day international as such. And he has had a golden opportunity to get onto the score sheet and put it down. Got to take those.
Pretty painful.
Oh, it's lovely.
New Zealand would have been 3, 32 overs gone. Drinks.
I reckon he thinks he's gone. That's a beauty.
लाइट चली गई यार, मैच कैसे देखेंगे?
माई जोंग ऐप से माइको पर
अब जोंग कस्टमर्स आईसीसी वर्ल्ड कप के तमाम मैचेस देखें माई जोंग ऐप से माइको पर, वो भी बिल्कुल मुफ्त।
बड़े होकर बिस्मा मारूफ बनो।
आए बनाएं लड़कियों के लिए और क्रिकेट रोल मॉडल्स। कैडबरी डेयरी मिल्क, कुछ अच्छा हो जाए, कुछ मीठा हो जाए।
सितारों से सितारों तक।
The all-new Sabroso Crispy Chicken Strips taste so good that nothing else matters. Sabroso Crispy Chicken Strips, so crispy, so tender.
जज्बात में तो कुछ भी हो सकता है, इसीलिए अपनी हिफाजत के लिए हमने लिया स्टेट लाइफ सहारा फैमिली प्लान। स्टेट लाइफ हमेशा साथ निभाए।
एक कप और है कितनों का बहाना, एक कप और तुम है एक और कप चाय।
मैं एक और कप चाय, टपाल दानेदार।
And he dropped it!
ये तो मैं बंद आंखों से पकड़ लूं।
मौसमी एक्सपर्ट, जोंकी मंथली प्रो मैक्स से एक्सपर्ट कमेंट्री चलती रहे, 200 GB डेटा, 2000 दूसरे नेटवर्क मिनट्स, सिर्फ 1600 रुपए में।
न बिजली जाती है न बिजली का बिल आता है, तो आज ही बिजली के बिल को क्लीन गोल्ड करें। इन्वेक्स सोलर एनर्जी, बिल की फिक्र से बेफिक्र।
It's your time to shine. Show your glow.
Golden Pearl Whitening Soap for all skin types. Love your skin.
एक एक घूंट में जागेगी खेल की उमंग। चाय और क्रिकेट, वाइटल पियो, जिंदगी जियो।
कैश की जरूरत हो तो पूरा करता है मेरा पेपाल कार्ड। अपने बैंक से पेपाल डेबिट कार्ड नाम लेकर।
कुछ लम्हे सिखाते हैं सच्चे खरे की पहचान। आपके ऐसे ही लम्हों में भर रहे हैं हम सेफ और हेल्दी का यकीन। KNNs।
एक कप और है कितनों का बहाना, एक कप और तुम है एक और कप चाय।
मैं एक और कप चाय, टपाल दानेदार।
जानी और माली तहफ्फुज़ देता है मेरा पेपाल कार्ड। अपने बैंक से पेपाल डेबिट कार्ड नाम लेकर तलब करें। चूज होप, चूज पेपाल।
चाय और क्रिकेट, वाइटल पियो, जिंदगी जियो।
Tournament. That is a dangerous one. And then the second one, of course, is back here at this very ground as well. That one at Dalamasala. But the a lot of commentators coming back to do it all again tomorrow. And that is your team, Pakistan, Mr. Yunus. And they have an appointment with Sri Lanka, who got a pounding. Their bowlers will still be sore.
Yeah, it's a big day, big game for Sri Lanka. Pakistan already won one game, so they'll be feeling really good about themselves. They played a lot of cricket here. They played warm-up games. They know this pitch quite nicely.
Single to Ravindra, who's becoming a bit of a hero over here, and a misfield as well will gift him another one. Van der Merwe is not happy. Ravindra is thrilled. He's backed up his 100 with a half century.
He's taken his opportunity up the top of the order, Rachin Ravindra. Not free-flowing as we've seen in the first game against England, but it doesn't matter. He's batting so well, he looks confident, he's nice and compact, and he's hitting any width as well.
Touch and given, yes, a lovely piece of work. From Edwards, and Van der Merwe's anguish has turned to joy, and Ravindra, having brought up his 50, is on his way back.
Yeah, most unlucky way. Ravindra gone for 51, it's 185 for 3.
The all-new Sabroso Crispy Chicken Strips taste so good that nothing else matters. Sabroso Crispy Chicken Strips, so crispy, so tender.
बड़े होकर बिस्मा मारूफ बनो।
आए बनाएं लड़कियों के लिए और क्रिकेट रोल मॉडल्स। कैडबरी डेयरी मिल्क, कुछ अच्छा हो जाए, कुछ मीठा हो जाए।
लाइट चली गई यार, मैच कैसे देखेंगे?
माई जोंग ऐप से माइको पर
अब जोंग कस्टमर्स आईसीसी वर्ल्ड कप के तमाम मैचेस देखें माई जोंग ऐप से माइको पर, वो भी बिल्कुल मुफ्त।
चाय और क्रिकेट, वाइटल पियो, जिंदगी जियो।
कुछ लम्हे सिखाते हैं सच्चे खरे की पहचान। आपके ऐसे ही लम्हों में भर रहे हैं हम सेफ और हेल्दी का यकीन। KNNs।
Hitting a foot mark too. There's a bit there.
How's this? Van der Merwe absolutely going off at Singh on the boundary. Misfielder, he would have been on one. Misfielder, go back for two. Next ball, wicket. Do you turn around and say thank you, or just take it?
You don't. I don't think you mess with him. I mean, he's not the tallest of men, but he makes up for it with out-and-out aggression or elation, and that's what we got after that. It's a bit of a bonus, just a tickle, but a handy piece of work from the glove man.
How was that? Two. Thank you very much. He did say thanks. I'll tell you, the footwork of Edwards there, though, going down leg side, he's opened that right leg up to be able to create some space and move fast down there. There you go. That was you. You gave away two. Thank you.
He's saying, well done, you're given two.
Space in behind there. Just
on it, yes.
As a bowler, and a young bowler that he is, if you have the keeper standing up, sometimes you get a little bit confused about what lengths you need to bowl. Bowlers sometimes either compensate by going too full, or they just drop short a wee bit. He's going back now, but I just wonder the option against Mitchell, Smithy, is he wants to keep him in his crease. Mitchell is someone that also gets quite deep can pick up length really well. So that's the decision making.
On this pitch, you're better off full than short, because this is a slow pitch. Still plenty of batting to come. Latham will be facing for the first time to the paceman. Yeah, excellent delivery. Just right length, right line. And the ball might have just reversed a touch. Yeah, he's looking to bowl seam up. That means the ball has reversed. You can see the ball is quite old. It's got lots of marks on it. So the leather has come off a bit. All you got to do is shine one side, and the ball will start going toward the shiny side.
Well, he's gone now, but Ravindra did get another decent offering today.
He's taken his opportunities. Timing for me, and also the footwork, getting out to the ball. He's a busy player, and he was able to negate the short deliveries and those full as well. Some glorious shots flew the covers. He just looks a player that has a lot of time. Good decision making as well.
Handily placed, I think, at 192 for 3.
बड़े होकर बिस्मा मारूफ बनोगी।
आए बनाएं लड़कियों के लिए और क्रिकेट रोल मॉडल्स। कैडबरी डेयरी मिल्क, कुछ अच्छा हो जाए, कुछ मीठा हो जाए।
एक कप और है कितनों का बहाना, एक कप और तुम है एक और कप चाय।
मैं एक और कप चाय, टपाल दानेदार।
लापरवाही किसी से भी हो सकती है, इसीलिए अपने किसानों की हिफाजत के लिए हमने लिया स्टेट लाइफ हारी प्लान। स्टेट लाइफ हमेशा साथ निभाए।
कैश की जरूरत हो तो पूरा करता है मेरा पेपाक कार्ड। अपने बैंक से पेपाक डेबिट कार्ड नाम लेकर तलब करें। चूज होप, चूज पेपाक।
एक एक घूंट में जागेगी खेल की उमंग। चाय और क्रिकेट, वाइटल पियो, जिंदगी जियो।
The three guys who got centuries in one inning. It was one heck of a match in Delhi, where the average posting score until that game was about 230. South Africa blasted 420 and over. Completely different surface though. In Hyderabad, which is for this match between Netherlands and New Zealand. Now this is a shot that Rachin Ravindran played. You see that little gap, the narrowest of gap that he picked, just angles his bat at interception.
See, good thing about that shot was that he was out of the crease. So you set the field expecting that the batter will be in the crease. So the moment you move out, you're creating your own gaps and own angles.
Excellent point. You're right, because the captain assumes the stance to be in a certain position and works out his angles and fielders accordingly. Then if you move along in the crease, either in front or on the side, superbly.
Sweeping and reverse sweeping. Latham plays spin very well. And that's one of the reasons why in ODIs here in India he averages over 50, because of his ability to play spin in the middle overs.
Got time. Play me, play me. You sit down, mate. Sit down.
And that was Latham with the reverse sweep.
Carl, keep the ball up, please.
Daryl Mitchell on 29 of 30.
Talking about Scott Edwards, Netherlands captain, not only has he led Netherlands extremely well, but his work behind the stumps is been outstanding as well. What happens when you're thinking as a leader, you don't always wear your keeping hat on, and so it's a difficult gig keeping the stumps. But he's flawlessly moved into that position and has kept brilliantly.
Bowled so well. Rule off, use the surface superbly. You're talking about his wicket keeping. Have a look at this catch.
Yeah, beautifully judged, and the ball dissolving in his gloves. Really good keeping.
Oh, it's lovely, Rolf.
6 runs from that over. It's 198 for 3.
And he dropped it. ये तो मैं बंद आंखों से पकड़ लूं.
मौसमी एक्सपर्ट, हाँ? Zonky मंथली प्रो मैक्स से एक्सपर्ट कमेंट्री चलती रहे. 200 GB डेटा, 2000 दूसरे नेटवर्क मिनट्स, सिर्फ 1600 रुपए में.
The all-new Sabroso Crispy Chicken Strips taste so good that nothing else matters. Sabroso Crispy Chicken Strips, so crispy, so tender.
एक घूंट में जागेगी.
Bat hitting the ground. Not a single appeal as well. You see, normally when something like that happens, at least 2 or 3 players go up in appeal.
It's been workmanlike performance. They fielded well. I think we've got to give credit to Netherlands. And they remain engaged. It's not as if New Zealand have made it tough for them. They've played a regular innings here, New Zealand.
I want to go back to the penultimate delivery of the previous over, and a new acquisition for the Netherlands, Sybran Engelbrecht. I don't know if I pronounced that correctly. Look at how he dives and pushes the ball back here to Rudolf van der Merwe. Didn't try to stop it. He actually dived, and he is phenomenal in the field. If you go on social media and you type in best catches ever in cricket, he is in that top 10 list, and I promise you, it's worth a look.
Could have been a bottom edge on that one. Didn't carry to the keeper.
Saw a glimpse here because it was so well anticipated. Under-edging it on the bounce to the keeper once again. Nice job done.
The scope predictor says 325. Lovely timing. Big outfield, vast gaps. Gets 4.
I mean, he didn't try to hit it at all. It was all about timing and placement and leaning forward into that drive. A little bit of width and middling it sweetly.
Pitches have been pretty good so far, and we've seen a lot of batters trying to time the ball more than muscle it. Maybe intentional, but he'll get 4. Good over this for New Zealand. Latham's got his second boundary of the over.
Well, the runs are leaking where at least the field is. It's not as if they're bowling poorly. Just avoiding the big dive of the keeper on that occasion.
Bowled the sweepers quite a bit against Pakistan. They use spin a lot more. Oh, another one. This is good batting, but the line from the bowler was maybe a bit too much on leg stump. Good over for New Zealand. 3 boundaries of it. 210 for 3.
बड़े होकर बिस्मा मारूफ बनोगी.
आए बनाएं लड़कियों के लिए और क्रिकेट रोल मॉडल्स. कैडबरी डेयरी मिल्क. कुछ अच्छा हो जाए, कुछ मीठा हो जाए.
चाय और क्रिकेट. वाइटल पियो, जिंदगी जियो.
It's your time to shine. Show your glow.
Golden Pearl Whitening Soap for all skin types. Love your skin.
हमारी रिवायती खुशियों को यादगार बनाता है मेरा पेपाल कार्ड। अपने बैंक से पे पास डेबिट कार्ड नाम लेकर तलब करें। चूज होप, चूज पेपाक।
Yeah, just struck it beautifully. Sounded sweet. Picked the gap as well. The wonderful player, Darryl Mitchell.
4 boundaries in the last 4 deliveries, 3 from Baz de Leda, and now 1 from Van der Merwe. And that sweep shot, very, very important in the armory. And you're batting in these middle overs and you've only got 4 fielders outside of that circle. When you can play the reverse as Latham did, or the orthodox as Mitchell did, really is confusing to bowler and fielding captain.
Wants protection on the leg side. Ruloff has got 3 boundary riders. Tom Latham, mid-off inside the circle. And picks up a single in that area.
3 boundaries in the previous over and a boundary to go with here. This was beautifully struck. Gorgeous cover drive and slicing that one past keeper, and then not such a great ball on the pads, left-hander. Latham plays spin late, and I think that's something to watch out for. Allows the ball to come and hit his bat.
It's almost like a trait that most New Zealand batsmen that we've seen today have. We saw Devon Conway play the ball late. Kane Williamson does that when he comes in. Hopefully next game at number 3 you'll see him play the ball late. You're right, Tom Latham got those angles to work the ball away because he was playing the ball late.
Play me.
There was a period in international cricket when batters are very keen. They have a wide stance and try and get onto the front foot no matter what. That style is now starting to change. Oh, well bowled. Really nicely bowled. See a bit of rough developing. Visible, but I'm not sure whether it's that potent yet.
The other thing that he does so well, Tom Latham, while batting is that he's not seem to be hurting you hard, but you know, you look up at the scoreboard and he'll be a 30 of 20 or 25.
It's gone straight. Flies into the side screen. What a way to finish the over. 224 for 3.
एक और है कितनों का बहाना, एक और तुम है एक और कप चाय।
मैं एक और कप चाय, टपाल दानेदार।
The all-new Sabroso Crispy Chicken Strips taste so good that nothing else matters. Sabroso Crispy Chicken Strips, so crispy, so tender.
And he dropped it!
ये तो मैं बंद आंखों से पकड़ लूं।
मौसमी एक्सपर्ट जोंकी मंथली प्रो मैक्स से एक्सपर्ट कमेंट्री चलती रहे, 200 GB डेटा, 2000 दूसरे नेटवर्क मिनट्स, सिर्फ
on a slow turning pitch. Not that easy to loft the ball straight like he did.
Yeah, once again, good use of the feet. Footwork was great. Just went through with the shot also. It wasn't as if he was looking for an angle over cover or looking to play it with the spin.
Has a terrific test record, good one-day record as well, Darryl Mitchell. And again, spin, as we've seen with a lot of foreign batters now, pretty good. This is his boundaries versus spin. This year, a lot of shots in front. Now you would expect a batter from New Zealand to have some boundaries with the shot behind square. Now there was certainly some deflection. It sounded like soft sound more than hard.
He would feel that he's missed out on another opportunity to score runs on the pads again. Dulade, and wider the stumps angle created, and probably a thigh pad touch. Question to ask is, would New Zealand be happy with how they've batted in this innings? 225 for the loss of 337.4 overs. What was the aim before the game? Were they looking to better their last score, look to play differently, or just take it as it comes?
I think Ramiz also had a look at the pitch today and seemed a little more abrasive than the one that we saw during the warm-up match, Australia-Pakistan. So I was thinking 250, 300 would be past score.
Right hand up.
Not for maybe Netherlands, but somebody like New Zealand. Not the kind of belter that we saw in Delhi. Hyderabad, of course, a city that loves its cricket. Ghulam Ahmed. Now that's Rajiv Gandhi, the Prime Minister, in the cricket gear. A lot of important games played here. It's a very interesting way they watch cricket. They like the aesthetics of the game. We've always had these wristy
होकर बिस्मा मारूफ बनो।
आए बनाए लड़कियों के लिए और क्रिकेट रोल मॉडल्स। कैडबरी डेयरी मिल्क, कुछ अच्छा हो जाए, कुछ मीठा हो जाए।
And he dropped it!
ये तो मैं बंद आंखों से पकड़ लूं।
मौसमी एक्सपर्ट, जोंकी मंथली प्रो मैक्स से एक्सपर्ट कमेंट्री चलती रहे। 200 GB डेटा, 2000 दूसरे नेटवर्क मिनट्स, सिर्फ 1600 रुपए में।
एक घूंट में जागेगी खेल की उमंग। चाय और क्रिकेट, वाइटल पियो, जिंदगी जियो। अपनों की रैलीज पे रहें, एक कॉल पे मौजूद, ताकि मुस्कुराते रहें पाकिस्तानी, खुशहाल रहे पाकिस्तान।
KNNs। जानी और माली तहफ्फुज़ देता है मेरा पेपाक कार्ड। अपने बैंक से पेपाक डेबिट कार्ड नाम लेकर तलब करें। चूज होप, चूज पेपाक।
Players Venkatpati Raju, left arm spinner, played in the 90s. Arshad Ayub, an off spinner, nothing like Shivlal Yadav. He was quick, and give him a rank turner and he would bowl you bouncers.
Tell you a story, quick story here. 86 game at Bangalore, and so it was touch and go. India could win, Pakistan could win, and Shivlal Yadav was turning a mile, and so I was sweeping him all right. So I got into the 40s, and there was this 12th man waiting with a pair of gloves, and Imran was very keen to send pair of gloves just to reassure what is happening, and so he would see the bigger picture and would call it out. And so the 12th man came in and says, Imran Bhai is saying, don't sweep him, you'll get out. So I said, okay, fine. Oh, that's absolutely demolished the stumps at the non-striker's end.
It's not always a great idea to play the ball straight.
This was a tremendous hit. And so I said, okay, fine, I'll try to play with a straight ball. Next ball, I play with a straight ball, caught at short leg.
You still rate him as captain, right?
Absolutely.
Mitchell has done the typical Daryl Mitchell thing, coming in at a typical number and once again getting the runs with that nice clean hit down the ground. Seemed like he put everything behind it. The big one, 86 meters. The biggest sixes, well, is right up there. The top 5.
I don't know whether it will make sense, but he seems to hit the ball hard when the ball is pitched within the stumps. We saw a cluster of his 4s and 6s early on. So maybe somebody needs to bowl a wider angle to him so that he's made to work through cover and to the field where it's not comfortable.
Yeah, good point, because we saw that wagon wheel of the year against spin, and all his scoring shots, the big ones, the boundaries, were straight down the pitch. Great delivery out of the blue to beat the batter on a defensive shot.
We don't have time, just one ball left. Otherwise, I would have asked. Maybe it's still a question for Ian Bishop to answer in the next over. How come you get so much of side variations or sideways movement with a wobbly seam at times?
Get that down. Will the fielder get there? No, he doesn't. It's another 4 with a pull shot. End of the over, 231 for 3.
Yeah, it's another strength of Tom Latham. We've talked about how well he plays spin to different areas of the ground. Well, this is another strong area, that pull shot. Serious pressure, like Finnegarin.
लाइट चली गई यार, मैच कैसे देखेंगे?
माई जोंग ऐप से माइको पर
अब जोंग कस्टमर्स आईसीसी वर्ल्ड कप के तमाम मैचेस देखें माई जोंग ऐप से माइको पर, वो भी बिल्कुल मुफ्त।
चाय और क्रिकेट, वाइटल पियो, जिंदगी जियो।
Come back to it. Because I was curious, because every time, say, Siraj or Shadul or those guys do it, with Shadul it seems to nip back more often than not. So I thought there was a secret to it. He should race away for 4. Is racing away for 4. So overdrive pressed by Mitchell.
Now, was that wobbly seam?
More like a wobbly shot. 50 partnership comes up. It was a wobbly seam and slicing it past the infield. Hint of an outswinger.
Yeah, and you know, Shadul said he just gripped it. There wasn't any great science behind it. He just gripped it and just allowed it to go down, just scrambled. And he says he doesn't know what happens when it hits the pitch. And if he doesn't know what will happen, then the batsman doesn't know what will happen. He leaves it up to the cricketing gods. And so the seam is just used as a track. If it hits the lever, it'll slide. If it hits at some point on the seam, whether it's in or out at the time, it'll deviate. And he says more so, Shadul, when they're playing on flat pitches with these white balls that don't do a lot beyond the first 4 or 5 overs.
Actually, Mohammad Siraj is interesting. He bowls a genuine outswinger with the seam up. Now, this is, yeah, again, sort of cross scrambled seam. But with Siraj, it's amazing that not once have I seen his wobbly seam delivery go the other way. It keeps coming back in. And my theory behind that is that he just puts in a little more thrust for the ball to go in that direction. So he bowls the outswing seam up, and then the wobbly seam comes in and invariably hits the deck and comes back in.
Could also be because of the wrist position, I'm not too sure. I always felt that you bowl a wobbly seam to gain more control. Not sideways movement, but if you were struggling, right, Bish?
Yeah, that's the old way. That's the old way of doing it. But guys have found, like Trent Boult will do it at some point. He'll bowl his conventional in-swinger to the right-handed batter, and then to go across them sometimes as the ball gets older, he'll bowl what Dooley calls it a three-quarter seam. So they're different. I think a guy told me the other day in local parlance, Sanjay, you know, Tader seam is some of the local dialect they use.
Yeah, it's actually evolved, the use of the wobbly seam or the cross seam. Shardul may do it on occasions to survive as a bowler for economy. But Jasprit Bumrah and Mohammad Siraj are, you know, almost artists. Bumrah can actually bowl the outswing. You see that in recent times, the one that he bowled to Mitchell Marsh. The other day, and he can properly bowl a ball to come back in with an upright seam, but he'll choose to bowl the wobbly seam. Mohammad Siraj as well, when he started off, could bowl a proper in-swinger with a seam up, but he's found this wobbly seam as a more kind of less obvious variation to the batter, because with in-swing to good batters, you see that very early from the wrist release.
That from batting perspective, you get variations in pace also with a wobbly seam. One might just get stuck in the surface of it. A lot of our fast bowlers used to bowl a bouncer with a wobbly seam.
Cross seam, if it hits the leather, it slides at you. If it hits the seam, it holds up and bounces up. That still happens quite a lot, actually.
Seven runs of that over, 238 for 3.
बड़े होकर बिस्मा मारूफ बनो।
आए बनाएं लड़कियों के लिए और क्रिकेट रोल मॉडल्स। कैडबरी डेयरी मिल्क, कुछ अच्छा हो जाए, कुछ मीठा हो जाए।
एक कप और है कितनों का बहाना, एक कप और तुम है एक और कप चाय।
मैं एक और कप चाय, टपाल दानेदार।
अपनों की रहलीज पे रहें, एक कॉल पे मौजूद, ताकि मुस्कुराते रहें पाकिस्तानी, खुशहाल रहे पाकिस्तान। KNNs एक एक घूंट में जागेगी खेल की उमंग, चाय और क्रिकेट, वाइटल पियो, जिंदगी जियो।
The all-new Sabroso Crispy Chicken Strips taste so good that nothing else matters. Sabroso Crispy Chicken Strips, so crispy, so tender.
फास्ट से जगमगाए हर खेल का मैदान, परफॉर्मेंस शानदार, रियल क्वालिटी की पहचान, फास्ट तारों से सितारों तक।
For New Zealand, but after that it's been pretty much over 6 runs and over. Netherlands have struggled to get wickets. Highlights of the last phase, where there's been a left-hand, right-hand combination to contend with. One wicket fell in the shape of the set batter. Immediately after getting a 50, Ravindra was out in that fashion. Tom Latham has come in, and as you mentioned, Ramiz unnoticeably has gone to 27, 24. Bowl! Maybe premeditated, wasn't short enough. You're talking about wickets for Netherlands, they've got one now.
Well, he gestured as if the ball had stood just cutter. Hit the top of the bails, top of the stumps in fact, and so it was extremely well done. Getting rid of a strike force when he was looking good. Daryl Mitchell leaves.
The all-new Sabroso Crispy Chicken Strips taste so good that nothing else matters. Sabroso Crispy Chicken Strips, so crispy, so tender.
बड़े होकर बिस्मा मारूफ बनो।
आए बनाएं लड़कियों के लिए और क्रिकेट रोल मॉडल्स। कैडबरी डेयरी मिल्क, कुछ अच्छा हो जाए, कुछ मीठा हो जाए।
And he dropped it. ये तो मैं बंद आंखों से पकड़ लूं।
मौसमी एक्सपर्ट जोंकी मंथली प्रो मैक्स से एक्सपर्ट कमेंट्री चलती रहे, 200 GB डेटा, 2000 दूसरे नेटवर्क मिनट्स, सिर्फ 1600 रुपए में।
It's your time to shine. Show your glow.
Golden Pearl Whitening Soap for all skin types. Love your skin.
एक एक घूंट में जागेगी खेल की उमंग, चाय और क्रिकेट, वाइटल पियो, जिंदगी जियो। अपनों की रैलीज पे रहें, एक कॉल पे मौजूद, ताकि मुस्कुराते रहें पाकिस्तानी, खुशहाल रहे पाकिस्तान। KNNs.
You've seen him bowl the slow ball, Macron, and it's been more front of the hand, spread finger, but this was a proper off cutter.
Yeah, he's a good bowler. I thought I saw a little disturbance of the surface with that wicket of Daryl Mitchell. It's a wonderful cutter, and he bowls a hard length and supplements it with that pace off or cutting delivery on an abrasive surface. He's a very spirited, I think somebody was talking about Rudolf van der Merwe and his feistiness. Van Meekeren exemplifies that same spirit.
The other good thing about that delivery was that off cutter can actually most times not hit the stumps. You've got to really land it properly. A little puff of dust as that ball met the surface and then perfectly delivered, hitting the middle stump. Normally such deliveries can miss the stumps.
Could be one of the horizontal cracks that you have on the surface. Not that crumbly, it's a little rough.
Such a feisty team, and not feisty in a bad way, but they embody Scott Edwards' innovation and attention to detail. It's good that Glenn Phillips is getting a knock as well, because as you go deeper into the tournament, he wants to get into some rhythm. The Netherlands are fighters, so you still got to get your total up to about 300 and beyond.
Just want to maybe quickly touch upon this approach that we've seen from New Zealand. They're playing Netherlands, where it's not like they've thought of this game as a game where you get in and get 400 runs against a team that's not mainstream. They've gone about normally. Now, without deviation, the ball would have missed the stumps by a few inches. The actual delivery, the off cutter, getting some movement off the pitch.
Sanjay, I watched them chase 374. You don't disrespect the Netherlands.
Oh dear, this is where effort sometimes can backfire. Great effort by the fielder diving, but he just ricocheted the ball off his hand for 4. 246 for 4.
Tapping it past the man at mid-off, and he had no chance in the end. Baz Delide. They're trying his best, palming it past his mate at mid-off.
Coming in the twilight of the day. Some batters don't like batting this time. And there's a mixture of natural and artificial light. You saw some gloves come in just before Darren Mitchell got out in the over before. Just wonder whether there was a message from the captain to play the pull shot. Lots of seam today from Netherlands. They've been very good, very disciplined.
They come across as a well-oiled team. Everybody is being given a job to do. The role clarity is so important so that you can follow the process. and they fielded magnificently, except for this little faux pas there, but you can't really question the commitment.
You know, the fact that they're here is a big story, because they came to the qualifiers against Sri Lanka, against Scotland, against West Indies, etc., without 6 or 7 of their more experienced players. And we talk about the whole being greater than the sum of its parts, and they managed to knit it together through running between the wickets energetically, great bowling discipline and fielding.
Looks a good shot. Unfortunately, straight to the fielder.
Well, the way they've bowled, they've given themselves an outside chance to surprise New Zealand. 41.3 overs, so they'd feel relieved, I think, if New Zealand is stopped around 300 mark, because it's still a good battable pitch, this. And they would have learned a thing or two from that Pakistan run chase when they were chasing down 280 odd. Maybe this fellow needs to bat up the order. Bat him at number 3. He's their best batter. Plays spin well, plays pace exceedingly well, can play the pull shot. Lovely cutter of the ball.
Gone. Another one bites the dust. Now this is turning out to be interesting. Thought the Kiwis had wickets in hand, not anymore, just 5 left.
Once again, discipline that Ian Bishop was talking about. It's about hitting the good length area and keeping it nice and simple. That front foot going nowhere, playing from the crease, slicing it to the keeper's gloves, and once again, magnificent work behind the stumps. Early exit for Glenn Phillips, 247 for 5.
The all-new Sabroso Crispy Chicken Strips taste so good that nothing else matters. Sabroso Crispy Chicken Strips, so crispy, so tender.
बड़े होकर बिस्मा मारूफ बनो।
आए बनाएं लड़कियों के लिए और क्रिकेट रोल मॉडल्स। कैडबरी डेयरी मिल्क, कुछ अच्छा हो जाए, कुछ मीठा हो जाए।
एक एक घूंट में जागेगी खेल की उमंग। चाय और क्रिकेट, वाइटल पियो, जिंदगी जियो।
डिस्काउंट्स एंड डील से छोटे मोमेंट्स को बड़ा बनाता है मेरा पेपाक कार्ड। अपने बैंक से पेपाक डेबिट कार्ड नाम लेकर तलब करें। चूज होप, चूज पेपाक।
Later, what a game he's having. Now there's celebrations and the finger goes up, reviewed immediately by the batter, who thinks there's no chance that he's got any bat on it.
TV umpire to director, we have a player review for caught behind. The original decision is out. I've already checked the front foot, it's a fair delivery. Let's start with front on, please. Ball is very close to bat and glove. Can I get ultra edge, please? Ultra edge coming up. Flat line as the ball passes the bat. Keep going. Take it back now. Take it back. One more time. Very well. Flat line as the ball passes the bat. Keep going. No bat, no glove involved. Paul, you'll have to reverse your original decision of out to not out. I'll let you know when you're on screen. Stand by. You're on screen. Signal now.
Yeah, the ball was so close to the gloves. Now, he's a good umpire, Paul Rifle, and then he heard the sound. But because front on, he would have seen that moment where the ball was so close to the batting gloves. Maybe that's the reason he felt it's out. But that sound that we heard later, or the reaction on the ultra edge, is something that we see later. Out. to 148 for 5.
लाइट चली गई यार, मैच कैसे देखेंगे?
माई ज़ोंग ऐप से माइको पर
अब जोंग कस्टमर्स आईसीसी वर्ल्ड कप के तमाम मैचेस देखें माई जोंग ऐप से माइको पर, वो भी बिल्कुल मुफ्त।
एक कप और है कितनों का बहाना, एक कप और तुम है एक और कप चाय।
मैं एक और कप चाय, टपाल दानेदार।
बड़े होकर बिस्मा मारूफ बनो।
आए बनाएं लड़कियों के लिए और क्रिकेट रोल मॉडल्स। कैडबरी डेयरी मिल्क, कुछ अच्छा हो जाए, कुछ मीठा हो जाए।
And I think this is quite a good move. Two left-handers at the crease, a new player and Mark Chapman. So Aryan Dutt, 6 overs for 33, is back. As are Dirk Nannes and Katie Martin.
I really like this. Again, proactive captaincy as soon as the two left-handers are in. You bring back Aryan Dutt, who was so impressive earlier today, as well as in the first game. Probably deserves his figures to look better than under 33.
On it, Maxi.
It's been his control. Only 20 years of age, and his development has been so speedy, particularly his maturity that he's had in his bowling since the World Cup qualifying event. Accuracy and tactically astute. Really understands his game well, and what it's used right at the top of the innings. It's the misjudged drive. Probably a little bit too short to play that type of shot.
Doesn't look like an easy wicket to start on, is it? It's why Tom Latham actually is going to be crucial in these last 7 overs from New Zealand's perspective. If he can be there near those last couple of overs and they can just accumulate at the odd boundary. Give him a chance, but Netherlands are squeezing in. How often do you see that extra cover on the back of the circle? They may look to do that now, but just trying to squeeze in, build those dots.
Really good from Dutt in this over. Just needs to finish it well. Movement behind the sight screen. Really good. 43rd over has gone for just 3 runs. Take that. 251 for 5.
Seeing a number of deliveries from the pace bowler.
And he dropped it. ये तो मैं बंद आंखों से पकड़ लूं।
मौसमी एक्सपर्ट, जोंग की मंथली प्रो मैक्स से एक्सपर्ट कमेंट्री चलती रहे। 200 GB डेटा, 2000 दूसरे नेटवर्क मिनट्स, सिर्फ 1600 रुपए में।
न बिजली जाती है, न बिजली का बिल आता है, तो आज ही बिजली के बिल को क्लीन गोल्ड करें। इनवर्क्स सोलर एनर्जी, बिल की फिक्र से बेफिक्र।
It's your time to shine. Show your glow.
Golden Pearl Whitening Soap for all skin types. Love your skin.
एक एक घूंट में जागेगी खेल की उमंग, चाय और क्रिकेट, वाइटल पियो, जिंदगी जियो।
बड़े होकर बिस्मा मारूफ बनो।
आए बनाएं लड़कियों के लिए और।
It's really good. Maybe even 20 on a good day for Dirk, I think. But look, I just think a little bit of reverse is not surprising, the way things have gone today. Some great colour. The Dutch always bring a bit of colour. And with the local Indian fans as well that have come out in support of just cricket. It's a great shot. What a lovely shot that is. Oh, and that. Wow. Not sure which one I like more, actually.
debutant today in Engelbrecht for the Dutch. There he is there on screen. He does something that's incredibly unusual. Watch what he does here. Picks up, returns to the keeper left-handed. Little later in the innings, picks it up, throws it in right-handed. Here it is throwing right-handed from the deep. To the point that players in his team don't actually know which one he prefers. You see him warming up where you get the rubber bands. There he is again, right-handed. But when he was warming up, he predominantly threw left-handed. And so you do those rubber bands, the extension exercises. He actually has to do it to both hands. And you see him doing both arms equally. I mean, the skill to be able to do that is a live wire. The Dutch think he's one of the best fielders in the world, to the point that they put out 2 cones and every team seems to do it. It's sort of where you put the 2 cones and you say, righto, you got to try and whack it past me. And they actually can't hit the ball fast enough to get the ball past it. The Cap presentation earlier today is the last player across this 150 players in this World Cup to be presented a cap, awarded a cap. Only qualified for the Dutch on the 2nd of June this year. And was told he needed to make runs to be able to make this squad. Came out and scored 300s across 5 one-day games and demanded to be included. In 2008, he was the captain of the under-19 World Cup squad for South Africa. That's the Virat Kohli under-19 World Cup. And didn't play cricket for a long period. Didn't play cricket for top-level cricket for some 5 years. Caught Virat at backward point in that final as well. 44 gone, 2-5-4 for 5.
बड़े होकर बिस्मा मारूफ बनो।
आए बनाएं लड़कियों के लिए और क्रिकेट रोल मॉडल्स। कैडबरी डेयरी मिल्क, कुछ अच्छा हो जाए, कुछ मीठा हो जाए।
एक एक घूंट में जागेगी खेल की उमंग। चाय और क्रिकेट, वाइटल पियो, जिंदगी जियो।
And he dropped it. ये तो मैं बंद आंखों से पकड़ लूं।
मौसमी एक्सपर्ट, हाँ? Zonky मंथली प्रो मैक्स से एक्सपर्ट कमेंट्री चलती रहे। 200 GB डेटा, 2000 दूसरे नेटवर्क मिनट्स, सिर्फ 1600 रुपए में।
Overs as that's straight up, should be taken, it is taken, really good catch, Roller van der Merwe. He does love the contest and he's got a good pair of hands as well. Short stay for Chapman.
Well deserved for Arjen Dutt. He's been toiling without reward today. Chapman trying to get a move on, 5 from 13. And again, we're seeing this ball really stop and prop in the surface. That's a terrific catch from van der Merwe. But they're the hardest to take, running back with the flight of the ball. A special competitor, Roller van der Merwe. Chapman goes 2-5-4 for 6.
The all-new Sabroso crispy chicken strips taste so good that nothing else matters. Sabroso crispy chicken strips, so crispy, so tender.
And he dropped it. ये तो मैं बंद आंखों से पकड़ लूं।
मौसमी एक्सपर्ट, हाँ? Zonky मंथली प्रो मैक्स से एक्सपर्ट कमेंट्री चलती रहे। 200 GB डेटा, 2000 दूसरे नेटवर्क मिनट्स, सिर्फ 1600 रुपए में।
चाय और क्रिकेट, वाइटल पियो, जिंदगी जियो।
I think that 290 to 300 is probably minimum of what is required. Really good from Ian Dutt at the moment. Picked up the wicket of Chapman. Racing back. I just wonder whether the Dutch side are a little bit under the pump as far as over rate is concerned as well. Edged, fine. And no chance, I don't think, for Vikramjit Singh. Escorts it to the boundary.
He's flashed at that, Mitch Santner. He's bowling quick here, Dutt. Don't you wish as a batter you could just perfect that shot so that it happens day in, day out? It's just that match up to the left-handers, isn't it? The ball going away, some just sitting in the wicket more than others. Just a bit of misfortune there.
Yeah, before Mark Chapman's wicket, I was trying to figure out whether South Africa or South African-born players could almost form another team at this World Cup.
Yes.
Thinking about the likes of Devon Conway and Glenn Phillips and Manish Labuschagne. Obviously, the Dutch have got 5 in their side who were born in South Africa. Roelof van der Merwe, one of them. You're just talking about Engelbrecht, who's qualified now. Wesley Baresi and Klein, Colin Ackerman, of course. So they provided really good work, excellent work. Provided a fair few players across the tournament. Has South Africa 23 in total who are here, obviously, with the South African team, and then extras. India have provided 18. Afghanistan and Bangladesh and England have all their own, with Pakistan and Sri Lanka 15, all 15. So do a pretty good job. Players around the world do South African cricket. Got to be said.
Dutt's bowled that quite a fair way back from the crease out to where the umpire is. End of the over, 262 for 6.
मारूफ बनो।
आए बनाएं लड़कियों के लिए और क्रिकेट रोल मॉडल्स। कैडबरी डेयरी मिल्क, कुछ अच्छा हो जाए, कुछ मीठा हो जाए।
It's your time to shine. Show your glow.
Golden Pearl Whitening Soap for all skin types. Love your skin. कुछ लम्हे सिखाते हैं सच्चे खरे की पहचान। आपके ऐसे ही लम्हों में
To leg side, it'll just be a single.
Well, we've got 2 fast bowlers and a keeper, so I'm going to talk about keeping because I'm outnumbered. Brilliant work from Scott Edwards. He's in a good power position. His hands are close to the ground. He rolled that on. He opens up that foot down leg side. See there, it's pointing to mid-wicket, so he's able to push off. He gets in a really good position. The ball was in the middle of his body line, which means he's moved really well. And he gets that little edge. Don't forget that there was a 2 run off a misfield to get him back on strike as well. Great work from Edwards. I often talk about wicket keepers that if your feet are square on, and DK did a great piece yesterday on KL Rahul, if you have your feet pointing down the wicket, you can't actually move as far down leg side, so you have to open that foot up to be able to create the space to be able to push off. So fantastic work. When I say that, so your feet are pointing down the ground and then you open it up, just point to that mid-wicket to then shuffle.
Slower ball, and I think it caught the glove or the top edge. Scott Edwards on that occasion diving forward.
How many have we seen down leg side today? Yeah, that slow delivery. He's bowled it into the wicket. That's the crucial part. Just wasn't the pace on the delivery to get there. The hardest thing for a keeper is actually to move forward. Also doesn't help when you wear white gloves and a white ball. It's not quite sure where the ball goes.
I think that's the best thing to do. If I was a keeper, I'd be wearing white gloves all the time, just in case. What's happening here? Are they having a look or what? Scott Edwards wasn't too interested in whether it carried or not, but
attempt. It's a fair delivery. Take me to front on first, please. Front on. It is clear contact with bat and glove, it looks like. Can you give me your best angle for the catch, please? Got the ball clearly on the ground, I have a decision for the big screen.
Yeah, a lot of the Kiwis watching on remember that that's out if you're Greg Dyer, but it's not out nowadays. Inside edge this time. Just can't get their timing. Scott Edwards did. I think he knew he hadn't caught it. He wasn't really that bothered about going up and having a look, but
You do know, you know.
So they are an over behind at the moment. New Zealand finding it hard, even Latham, to time the ball now.
Yeah, I think looking forward from a Netherlands batting perspective, the danger for them is going to be that first period with Trent Boult. Quite often under lights here, it does swing early on and then tails a bit later on, but it is nicer batting second, so New Zealand need to get as many runs as they can and then present that as a danger.
It's a really tidy over from Deleda. A lot of slower balls. 46 gone, 2-6, 6-4-6.
You've still got the Kiwi accent.
आए बनाएं लड़कियों के लिए और क्रिकेट रोल मॉडल्स। कैडबरी डेयरी मिल्क, कुछ अच्छा हो जाए, कुछ मीठा हो जाए।
लापरवाही किसी से भी हो सकती है, इसीलिए अपने किसानों की हिफाजत के लिए हमने लिया स्टेट लाइफ हारी प्लान। स्टेट लाइफ हमेशा साथ निभाए।
कुछ लम्हे सिखाते हैं सच्चे खरे की पहचान। आपके ऐसे ही लम्हों में भर रहे हैं हम सेफ और हेल्दी का यकीन। KNNs।
चाय और क्रिकेट, वाइटल पियो, जिंदगी जियो।
He's bowling very well, but you wonder also whether it's the timing as well. Look at him racing back. Now you'd like to have someone like Ravindra Jadeja in your team at the moment, bowl a minute and a half over. Escape the penalty.
Yes, Max.
Yeah, obviously the ruling around that is if the Netherlands are behind that last over, then they need to bring a fielder in. So at the moment there's 5 fielders out. So if they are behind, they have to bring a fielder up for each over they're going to be behind.
It's been an incredible performance from Ian Dutt. He's asked to bowl tough overs. Opens the bowling, comes in the middle, and then here he's being asked to bowl in the hardest stage, right at the death.
It's gone fine, but not fine enough for 4. And they only get 1 as well, so excellent work in the deep. It's the first time in 20 years that a Men's Cricket World Cup has had an in-match penalty. As far as the time is concerned, I like it. I think it's good. It keeps the game moving, keeps the captains thinking about what they have to do. 2003 World Cup did have penalties. Team batting second would lose overs for being slow in the field. Sri Lanka got penalised quite heavily in one of those 2003 games.
Gone are the days where they dock you pay.
Wouldn't have done any good when I played. Really good.
चाय और क्रिकेट वाइटल पियो जिंदगी जियो।
लाइट चली गई यार, मैच कैसे देखेंगे?
माई जोंग ऐप से माइको पर
अब जोंग कस्टमर्स आईसीसी वर्ल्ड कप के तमाम मैचेस देखें माई जोंग ऐप से माइको पर, वो भी बिल्कुल मुफ्त।
न बिजली जाती है न बिजली का बिल आता है, तो आज ही बिजली के बिल को क्लीन गोल्ड करें। इनोवेक्स सोलर एनर्जी, बिल की फिक्र से बेफिक्र।
Been plenty near misses in the taxis on the way to cricket grounds and back to the hotel.
You haven't lived until you've driven through India. Get behind the wheel, whether it be it a bike, be it a car. Enjoy the challenge. And Maker and back into line. Loved his aggression.
Oh, wow. Tom Latham goes bang over mid-wicket, got length, swung through the line, and terrific connection.
New Zealand are going to target this over, that extra bit of pace, the short boundary, only 62 metres out there, so just a good length delivery. It is quite wide to be able to access there, but a short enough boundary. That crack. We've heard some sounds off the bat in this tournament so far.
Doesn't get anywhere near enough on that. Oh, New Zealand 278 at the moment, so whatever they get, it'll be up to the openers and Vikramjit Singh in particular, 52 in the previous game. Get the job done, and Matt Henry 3 for 48 against England. And New Zealand's big win. Two key contributors in that run chase coming up.
The smart batting from New Zealand. They know that that leg side field is a shorter boundary. The Netherlands have put all fielders out there. There's no one on the circle inside, just the cover fielder. This might be into the stumps.
Really like the way the Makeron bowls that slower delivery of his. On the left-hand side, the stop. Look at the right. The hand position's almost identical. A lot of the time, a slower ball, that thumb comes off the ball, and you can actually pick it as a batsman a lot, quite early. It's almost like the that's a lovely stroke. Controlled, precise. Gave himself a little bit of room just to open up that offside. He's helping this ball rather than bludgeoning.
His smart batting just gave himself some space on the leg side. He just held the stroke, let the ball come on. Means now is that the Netherlands are saying, okay, what are we going to do with our field here? Trying to protect that short boundary. He had a sider of the lap, so got a little confused about where he's gone. He's got that long off bat, brought that fine leg in, so I think maybe this might be off pace, a little bit fuller.
I think he's got to go into the surface, doesn't he, with that pace off there, right there.
You can see Scott Edwards go and say slower ball. And then sure enough, the bowler delivers. Latham, 50. Hasn't been the easiest. His pitch is a little bit slow. He's had to face some good bowling at times.
Second ODI half century for Tom Latham. 700s to go along with that batting. In New Zealand's middle order, he's been the mainstay. New Zealand's, if not New Zealand's best player of spin. I've said for the last few years, I think he is New Zealand's best player of spin. Captaining the side today, and that's been sliced away by Santner this time. to the boundary down at backward point for 4. Good over from New Zealand's point of view. 17 coming from it. 289 for 6.
बड़े होकर बिस्मा मारूफ बनो।
आए बनाएं लड़कियों के लिए और क्रिकेट रोल मॉडल्स। कैडबरी डेयरी मिल्क, कुछ अच्छा हो जाए, कुछ मीठा हो जाए। The all-new Sabroso crispy chicken strips taste so good that nothing else matters. Sabroso crispy chicken strips, so crispy, so tender.
चाय और क्रिकेट, वाइटल पियो, जिंदगी जियो।
New Zealand needed that 17 off the last over just to propel themselves towards 300. I get the feeling they've assessed the surface as 300 is a pretty good score. You just get the way they've batted. They're back on target as well now, courtesy of a couple of good quick overs from Dutt, and he's about to bowl his last, or bowling his last at the moment.
There's plenty of options, I think, here through the extra cover area. That extra cover fielder is actually in tight. They can afford to be on their circle. Just get back, cut the angle out. Smart bowling. They're going to push back for 2. Easy enough. The fact of having an in-batter in Latham, it means that you've got someone that can take those big overs. Just like this. Got across the stumps, got nice and still, created the power from the hips, and boy, that's a big 6.
Don't forget about extra cover here, Latham. Oh, swing and a miss. Lovely bowling. Really good. Murray and Dutt bowling tough overs at the back end. He's picked up a double.
Like he knew he was coming. Pulled back the speed. A little bit more turn. And the simplest of stumpings for Scott Edwards. Good innings for Latham. Comes to a close. Out to 53. And Ian Dutt gets another reward for a good bowling effort today. Skipper goes 293 for 7.
The all-new Sabroso crispy chicken strips taste so good that nothing else matters. Sabroso crispy chicken strips, so crispy, so tender.
फास्ट से जगमगाए हर खेल का मैदान, परफॉर्मेंस शानदार, रियल क्वालिटी की पहचान, फास्ट तारों से सितारों तक।
डिस्काउंट्स एंड डील से छोटे मोमेंट्स को बड़ा बनाता है मेरा पेपाक कार्ड। अपने बैंक से पेपाक डेबिट कार्ड नाम लेकर तलब करें। चूज होप, चूज पेपाक।
चाय और क्रिकेट, वाइटल पियो, जिंदगी जियो।
To say it, he's got 2 free hits here. No need to run. Leave Mitch Santner on strike for the last over. Matt Henry hit with the spin. He's got big power. If one of them goes into the grandstand, that's good enough from New Zealand's point of view, I would say. That might be the first one, and it is.
Count him, Dooley, count him. Oh, he's so strong into the leg side. I don't think he's got all of that at all. Dutt's just looking to be defensive to bowl the ball into the back heel, and he's just given himself enough space to be able to hit that hands back beautiful shot.
Put it on the tee. I think if you ask Henry where he would want the ball, he would say exactly there, just helped it on its way. Rare bad ball, and he knows it.
The last ball of his spell now. Can Henry repeat the dose? Should push for 2. No, they won't. But today, 301. Now for 7.
We're just talking about, like you say, Dooley, is the fact that you want to have the person that's been in there longer to
बड़े होकर बिस्मा मारूफ बनो।
आए बनाएं लड़कियों के लिए और क्रिकेट रोल मॉडल्स। कैडबरी डेयरी मिल्क, कुछ अच्छा हो जाए, कुछ मीठा हो जाए।
एक कप और है कितनों का बहाना, एक कप और तुम है एक और कप चाय
मैं एक और कप चाय टपाल दानेदार।
And Bustelato, who's been good, 9 overs, 1 for 43, been really economical of late. He has taken the pace off the ball for the most part. You think he'll try and do the same. Into the surface, pace off, maybe keep it wide, a little bit of Mitchell Santner as well.
He's so good through that cover area. He can hit it along the ground and also over the top. So it's a tough field to bowl to. If he's going to bowl that line, he probably needs a little bit of extra protection, but just need to get a little bit fuller.
Got it right that time. And Santner miscues for 1. This is Matt Henry. Just got one into the surface, sat up on a plate. And managed to find the boundary. Pushed New Zealand score up over 300, and now the ladder will come back over the wicket to Henry. Yorkers in at leg stump or into the surface and pace off with 4 men on the boundary on the leg side. So he's got a couple of options. Very good.
Good discipline. Good clarity in what he wants to bowl as well. You can see exactly the ball that's coming, but with that slightly bigger side of the ground, 10 metres bigger, out to what is now Santner's offside. You can really see the game of cat and mouse between bat and ball.
That annoys you bowlers, doesn't it, getting bowled a bouncer from a bowler?
No timing again, but it'll just be 1, so pretty good from the ladder.
Took the pace off. It was a little bit kind.
Looking at the Netherlands, they were chasing down 296 against Pakistan, and they actually got off to good partnerships. They were a good start, and then they just lost wickets throughout. So as the batters, the opening batters, we're looking forward to say, okay, what do we need to do on this wicket?
Face off, it's been clothed. It'll just be 1. It's good from Bustelato after that 4 first ball. He's got it right. Can he finish?
Keep them under 310. A boundary here will just give momentum to New Zealand, but Bustelato has been fantastic. Continued on the form that he had in the game before, picked up 4 wickets. Last delivery, what can New Zealand get off this one?
Oh, gets that wrong, and Santner gets it right. He'll get a free hit as well, I think. Yeah, he will. He'll get a free hit, and he manages to hit it out of the park over the backward point, which is quite phenomenal.
The one that got away for Delader, but the one that got nailed for Santner. Such a clean strike, because you're not expecting that ball. To be able to hit that as clean as that is quite remarkable. Takes full toll and gets a free hit.
I think he's given Matt Henry a little nod, so I've got that one pretty good, mate. Oh, wow. That's gone as well. That is gone as well. So great finish from Santner and from New Zealand. Bustelato, after a really good day, he's just got the last couple wrong. He livid with himself. New Zealand will post 320.
फास्ट से जगमगाए हर खेल का मैदान परफॉर्मेंस शानदार, रियल क्वालिटी की पहचान, फास्ट तारों से सितारों तक।
To set a record, New Zealand fans pretty happy.
Yeah, last 5 overs, 60 runs. So just those 2 big overs of 21 and 17 really pushed that score up for New Zealand. Just the little finishes for Netherlands, they just haven't been able to nail it. They started really well with the ball. The first 3 overs were maidens. The spin, we've been impressive. That was fantastic. Mixed up their pace. Under Merva also bowled really well. This is the free hit last ball. That was just in the slot. Knee-high full toss to get the balance and timing. See Mitch Santner put that on.